most other providers, we said hands-on should be the method in which we should enable our users on our platform. When we talk about hands-on, it is why do we want to stress on this particular word, right? We just go back to our times in school or college and try to remember those things which we did there when related to our studies. Some things do stand out, right? Like for example, we keep when you went to your chemistry class, maybe you heard about calcium there. But what stuck with you, all of you, related to calcium was that it emits a bright red flame when you burn it in the lab, right? Second one, if you go remember your physics classes, maybe the first thing which you'll remember is I had this focus class, and once I used that focusing thing, it was able to burn a piece of paper just with sunlight there, right? So these are experiences which always stay back with all of us. And that, if you go back and say that was the way hands-on learning stays with each of us here, right? And when we primarily looked at this particular space, we saw that there was a lot of theory everywhere, right? You had YouTube videos, you had a lot of these large MOOC providers. Everybody was dumping a lot of content, but the avenue for hands-on was very, very limited there, right? And that's what we aim to cover. So basically, our mission is to enable our users to become job or project ready with hands-on learning. We do it for almost every kind of an IT technology. And we have some of the largest customers in India, such as TCS, Tech Mahindra, Genpact, then from the tech platforms like Great Learning, Upgrade, etc. And cumulatively, we see close to about 60,000 users on our platforms every month. Right. And so our approach to all of this has been given a particular problem statement. We come up with a series of hands-on exercises which people can do and have an outcome, which is primarily what we term as project readiness or job readiness. And how do we do this entire thing? We have used a term called as skill bundles internally and to our customers. So skill bundle can be easily understood as a learning plan or a learning path basis a specific goal. And that is how we take a person from being a novice to a master here. So today also during the session, my team members will be using this word called a skill bundle. So you can easily understand it with saying that whether it's a learning path or a learning plan. So with that introduction, I'd like to hand over the baton to Amit Gairola from AWS. He's the partner solution architect, GenAI, AI/ML practice, and from the Amazon Web Services team. And before I hand over, want to thank Amit for again coming back to our session here and we're agreeing to share his knowledge with the audience here, and also with AWS for generously supporting us in this initiative of basically educating the tech folks in the right way with hands-on and specifically to GenAI. So with that, I will pass on the baton to Amit. Amit, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Giridhar, and thank you everyone from the Nuvepro team to give me an opportunity to come and speak for the second time in this series of workshops. So let me start by sharing my screen. Just give me a second. I'm just sharing my screen. So Shipya, is my screen visible now? Hello.
Yes, Amit.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
Yes.
Sandesh.
Sandesh.
All right. All right. So hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Amit Gairola. I'm a senior partner solution architect with the public sector team in India with AWS. And today I'm going to talk about our generative AI service called Bedrock. And Bedrock makes it a lot easy and it makes it a lot simple to build scalable Gen AI applications. And we use something called as foundation models. So when we talk to our customers worldwide, some of the questions that come to us when customers are trying to adopt Gen AI generative AI in a big way are. Which model should I use? So there are a lot of models that are available, and which one is the best that I should use? And second question that comes is, okay, I know which model to use, but how can I move quickly and rapidly integrate Gen AI? And the third question that comes, of course, is uh, how can I keep my data secure and private? So these are three broad questions that we see when we talk to our customers. So with these questions in mind, and of course, a whole lot of cutting edge technology around Gen AI, Amazon Bedrock as a service, as a managed service was introduced, and it makes it a lot easy to build and scale Gen AI applications. And you can integrate Gen AI through Amazon Bedrock in your applications as well. So what does Bedrock give us? First is a choice of leading foundation models through a single API. So you have a single API, and you can use that API to use whichever model that is available as part of Bedrock. You can Bedrock also helps you if you want to customize the model. When I say customize the model, meaning fine tune the model. There are features available for RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation. If you have multi-step tasks, there is something called as Bedrock agents. And finally, security, privacy, and safety. Of course, the entire AWS technology stack is built with the security pillar at the very foundation, and Bedrock is no exception. So security, privacy, safety, all of these are features that have been embedded within Bedrock itself. So what does Bedrock do? It simplifies, it gives you a choice, and it's quite easy through a single API. It can help you with customization, integration with other services and applications, and of course, then security and governance. Now, Bedrock gives you a choice of broad choice of models, whether coming from multiple partners like AI 21 Labs or Anthropic or Cohere or Meta or Mistral or Stability. And Amazon also has its own set of foundation models, which are called as Amazon Titan models. And there are various flavors of Titan as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about Cloud 3 models in Amazon Bedrock. So there are a few variants of Cloud 3 which are available. The first and the highest performance and the most intelligent one is Cloud 3 Opus. And in fact, it's a little costlier as well as compared to the other variants of the Cloud. The last one is Haiku, which gives fastest performance at the lowest cost. So those customers who are cost conscious and need high performance, Cloud 3 Haiku is the one that they use. And in between, if you want to have a balance between intelligence, speed, and cost, then there is Sonnet as well. Okay. So today, as I understand, we will be using Cloud 3 Haiku as part of the lab prepared for you, or the knowledge bundle that you're going to get your hands dirty on. So one of the challenges that most customers have asked us is, there is sorry, my bad, there is information that is specific to my organization. There is information that is there within documents that my organization has created. How can I use these documents along with my foundation model? So can I ask questions or summarize data from a document? All of this can be done within Bedrock. No need to prepare any data as well. Documents are retained for the session. It's a very low cost method. You can ask questions, summarize content. A lot of things can be done through Bedrock without the need to ingest data into a vector database as well. Then if you have multi-step processes, right? So for example, you have a multi-step conversational kind of a use case, then we have something called as Amazon Bedrock, and you can decompose your steps using available actions, execute those actions, observe the results, and then take the next step and all until you reach the final answer. So it's a multi-step task. So a single task is divided into multiple steps, and then you can execute those tasks using agents for Bedrock. Again, guardrails for Bedrock. So your data is quite sensitive. Most of the organizational data will have sensitive information, and you don't want that sensitive data to be available to everybody. Also, you don't want the foundation model to generate harmful content. So you want the AI that you implement in your applications to be responsible AI, meaning it has fairness, it does not have bias, and all those kind of topics that we associate with responsible AI. Right? So I've gone a bit fast on various constructs behind Amazon Bedrock, but essentially it is foundation models that you can use to integrate your applications or integrate AI within your applications. So I'll come to about some of the case studies that are there or some of the use cases that are there. So Thomson Reuters, for example, they have adopted Bedrock to seamlessly integrate content, their specific content, and they have provided the ability, or they are using Amazon Bedrock for asking questions on their content as well. Carrier, again, another major corporation worldwide, they what they do is they use a service by Amazon called as Amazon Textract to extract data from customers' utility bills, and they put all of that textual information out from a utility bill and pass it to a large language model through Bedrock. So essentially, this is a use case where multiple AWS services are being used to integrate generative AI into their application. Again, all of you might have heard of booking.com. Booking.com uses Bedrock and the generative AI capabilities for getting novel suggestions that the customers have not considered. So some of the recommendations that people get or the customers get on their website is based on Bedrock. Adidas, if you look at, Adidas created a conversational AI assistant. Okay. What they did was through their knowledge base, they gave ability to the community of Adidas engineers to find out information. So instead of going through documents, instead of going through manuals, their engineers started using a conversational interface to ask questions to the knowledge base that they already have in their systems. So if you look at all of these organizations, they are some of the biggest organizations in the world. They have started adopting generative AI. They have started finding use cases within their organization to use generative AI for improving productivity of their customers. Sorry, improving productivity of their engineers, or giving better recommendations to their customers, and so on. Uh, I end with this particular use case, as I believe the hands-on that you are going to do is also of a multimodal conversational AI or a chatbot. So over to you, Shipriya, Girida.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you so much for this. Before we move ahead with today's session and our hands-on practice, I like to specify that this hands-on practice that we're doing today is assessed and validated, and after completing the session, you would be expected to put up the outputs in the group chat here itself, which our team can verify if it's correct or not. We are also rewarding the participants with certificates, the winners with some rewards and some accomplishment certificates for hands-on practices. So all of these things are on the way. I'd like to quickly pass the baton on to my Gen AI specialist and a colleague of mine, Tanushri, who would be taking this forward and would be kind of helping you guys get the access to the labs moving ahead. Over to you, Tanushri.
Thank you, Shreya.
Just 1 minute, Tanushri. I'm so sorry. Before we move ahead, I have also put up a poll in the group chat. I request all of you to kind of help us with the poll. The results for the poll are going to be very crucial in identifying what are the skilling gaps that we face in the industry and how do we kind of overcome that. So I request everybody to kind of take up the poll. Sorry, Tanushri, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, Amit, for your amazing insights on Amazon Bedrock. I am Tanushri. I work as a Gen AI specialist at Nuvepro. So I'll be taking over from here, and we will continue with the session. So in this workshop, what we're gonna do is we're gonna learn more about model to access those models from Bedrock, and also we'll build a small application out of those models in our hands-on environment. So before this, our team has put up a link for our skill bundle. So yeah, just a second.
Tanushri, your voice is lagging. Can you repeat that? What we are going to do today?
Yeah, sorry for that. Is it clear now?
Yes.
Okay, so in this session, as I said, we will be learning more about multimodal LLMs, and we will be accessing multimodal LLMs from Bedrock, and we'll also build small application in our hands-on environment. So as this is a hands-on workshop, we'll also have skill bundle given to you. I think our colleague has put up a link for hands-on skill bundle in our group. You can go and access it. So let me just share my screen.
Tanushree, what I would also request to you is before we move ahead, let's take a moment to kind of check through the network. I think some participants are facing the issue in terms of lagging. Let's kind of take a moment to kind of address that. And meanwhile, share the skill bundle link. Yes, we'll be sharing the link over here along with the password. The user ID would be the email address with which you've registered for the event. So you will have to take that up. Just allow me some time and I'll kind of quickly put up the link. I have shared the link for the skill bundle. I will quickly also share the password. Please make a note that you have to register with the same email ID with which you've registered for the event because we've given the access to the same one. If anybody is not able to join in, support team is here in the chat and would be kind of assisting you guys with the access. So whoever has not got the access or whoever has got the access, just put up a thumbs up so that we are aware of it. And if anyone is not aware of it, then if anyone has not got the access, then please kind of put up the email address in the chat itself.
Okay, can you just confirm me if my voice is audible properly?
Yes, Tanush.
Yes, the password is something that I've shared just over there. Cloud Lab 123, that one. And I'd request the support team to kind of check through if there's if some access has not been given. And I request everybody to kind of check through if you've got the login or not. If not, then just please specify it over here.
Just give us a thumbs up if you are able to log into our skill bundle.
Yes, Datta Sai, this one is correct. Okay, I think support team will check through this. They'll get back to you over here. Ashwija and CP. Bharti and Anupama, can you please put in your email ID over here in the chat? I'd request so that support team can kind of escalate this quickly. Please put in your email IDs in the chat so that they can give the access.
Username would be your registered email address. So please keep that in mind.
Rajbir, I think you put up in the chat. Can you please share your email ID?
I've shared my email ID.
All right. I hope you all have the link to join, the hands-on link, and the password as well is shared above. I can reshare it. If you forwarded the meeting to other people as well, just help us with the email IDs and we'll get the access. We need maximum people to kind of participate and take up the hands-on session. I am putting the link again to join. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes more and wrap up everything. Bharti, okay, I think it's still invalid login. I'll check with support team.
So we'll be starting the session in next 5 minutes. Make sure you guys have access and logged into the skill bundle. So meanwhile, if you find find your credentials invalid, please send your mail ID and pass mail ID to the group. So we will be sending you to the password.
Please let us know if you have any issues. Feel feel free to put up your queries in chat so that our support team can help you out. And also give a thumbs up if you are able to log in.
So yeah, in the next 5 minutes, we will be starting this session. In this session, as I said, we will be learning more about multimodal LLMs and how are we gonna access in our Bedrock, and also we'll be building the small application out of it.
I request Tanushree, if we can start with the session now.
Sure, Shipriya. I hope everyone has access to our skill bundle. So let me just share my screen.
Shipriya, I have not got the ID. I mean, I'm unable to access it.
All right.
Rajvi.
Rajveer, I think your email ID. All right. Um, Harsha or Ashvija,
Just
can you
yeah,
please check?
just give me a moment, Rajbir. We are doing it. We are creating it.
Okay.
Yeah, Tanushree, I'm able to log in, but it's saying that you cannot enroll yourself into this course.
Sri Harsha.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You can please try now. Just once
yeah, I
more.
know. Actually, I logged in, but saying that you cannot enroll yourself in this course like that. I'm logging out and I'm trying again.
Yeah.
So my
Shortly you will
village,
be able to. Shortly you will be able to kind
shortly
of
on
have. Yeah.
minutes we'll be able to enroll. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Meanwhile, we check the access. I'd request Tanushree if you can start and introduce everybody through these skill bundles. And meanwhile, Akash and Rajveer, support team will get back to you over it.
So let me share my screen. I hope everyone can see my screen. And please give us a thumbs up if you are able to see my screen.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let's log in. I think you can put up your credentials here. So once you log in, you'll be
Sorry,
able to
sorry to
find the
interrupt you, Tanushree. I've just joined the call. I have registered myself. So how do I proceed to log in with the same credentials? I mean, with the same username?
your username as your email ID, registered email ID, and the password is put in the group.
Sorry?
Amrita, what I would also request you, Amrita, what I would request you is if you can share your email ID in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, just share it in the chat. You would get the access for it in the next 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
I hope most of you have access to our skill bundle. So let's just start with the session. Before going to the hands-on experience, we'll see what exactly we have in our skill bundle. What are the sections that we are going to cover before going into hands-on environment. So first section would be Amazon Bedrock. This is just high level information on what we have in our skill bundle. So we have section on Amazon Bedrock, and we have section on multi-model LLMs, so that we have required concepts before going into hands-on exercise. And we have our hands-on exercise where we will be going and building our application. So first section, Amit has amazingly covered what Bedrock and its capabilities in his PPT in a session. So let's get started with multi-model LLMs. I hope everyone's with me.
Yes, Tanushree.
Thank you for confirming. So let's get started with multi-model LLMs. What exactly are multi-model LLMs? So it's a model, it's an LLM, single model, which has the capability to process and generate different kinds of data such as images, audios, and text, videos, and everything. It's a same model. It's a single model which can process different modalities. Different modalities in terms is same as different kinds of text. That is why it is named as multi-model LLMs. Let us compare our multimodal LLM with our unimodal LLM. So you guys must have used ChatGPT, right? So how do you use it? Like, how do you query it? You query it with in terms of text. You give a text, it will be sent to the LLM, it will be processing that text, and it will be generating the output. So here you can just play with text, not with audios, not with videos, not with images. But if we talk about multi-model LLMs, there's a single model which can process different modalities. Again, different modalities means different types of text, different types of data. So sorry, different types of data. So in this example, you can see first query is make a song about a dog. Here you're sending text to the LLM, and LLM will analyze what exactly user is asking, and it is asking about user is asking about the song. So LLM can process the query, and it is given as the audio output. And in the second query, we have text plus image. Both will be fed to the LLM. This is kind of important because this is what we'll be exactly using in our hands-on environment. So it will be processed in LLM, and it will understand what exactly it should be given in the output, the description of the dog, and it is given in terms of text. And the third one would be give me the image of a dog. It's a text, and LLM will be processing the text, and it will understand it has to give the image, and it has given the image. The same model, it has various capabilities to interact with, so that it will help us quality conversation between user and LLMs. So let us know why multi-models are important, right? Imagine if you want to understand the architecture of a project. So you cannot just describe everything in the text that you want to understand to the model, right? You can't understand, you can't say that this and these components does these and these kind of job. I'm not understanding how it is getting connected in our architecture. Even your explanation might not be correct. So LLM might not be giving desired answers. So what we'll do is we'll just upload the image, I mean architecture image, to the model, and the model will be able to process the LLMs, and it will be able to give the exact description of what you want. And you can query most of the information from the image. So this is what is increasing the quality of conversation between LLMs and user. Also, it increases the quality, creativity, and also it will be acting like your virtual assistant where you can ask anything and everything you want. So that's the importance of multimodal learning. So I hope everyone's clear with this. Just confirm us by giving the thumbs up. So that's nice.
I think most of the access thing is getting resolved. So many people have actually registered on the last moment, and we've seen that um, uh, a lot of times, many of these invites have also been forwarded, and which is causing the last minute issues. So it would be great, if the meeting is forwarded beforehand, and if the registration is done with the same email ID with which you are actually registered in the event with us. So just kind of make a note of it. All right, Tanushree.
Let's get to know more about the application that we are going to build in our hands-on environment. Okay, so the application will be named as a chat analyzer assistant, and here we are using multi-model, and the model name is Claude 3 Haiku. It is a multi-model. It is one of the Claude variants. So here we'll be able to analyze the charts in the image, and the model will be respond to any queries based on the data that is there. So as you can see, this is the image we are going to query. So we have several data points. We have retail units sold. We have total revenue. We have total markets at the year end. We have car vending machines. So all of this data will be queried in our hands-on session using Claude 3 Haiku model. So this is the application that we are going to build. And here we make use of Amazon Bedrock. That is from where we will be accessing Claude 3 Haiku model. So I hope everyone has context on what we are going to build in our hands-on environment. Just give us a thumbs up. Okay, that's good to know. You can come back. You can come back and you can get into hands-on environment. We can go to home page. That is where you can find several sections, and the last section is hands-on exercise. You can just go and click the build chart analyzer assistant option. Hope you are in the similar section as I am in right now. Just give us a thumbs up. Yeah, that's good to know. Yes. Here you can see what exactly our image description is. So if we have more description about the image that we are going to query. So the image is that the chart contains various data points related to Carvana's business performance from 2014 to 2021. These data points include number of retail units sold, total revenue, total markets at the end of each year, and the number of car vending machines. These are some of the data points that are there in the image, and we will build an application and conversational assistant, and we will query the model, and let's see how model will be able to respond to our query. Maybe you might have start guided project, right? So you can just click on that. I have continue project, but you might have start guided project. You can click on that. Okay, you might have landed on this page. Okay, let's start the lab. Let's start the lab. Meanwhile, we'll start the lab. We'll go through the instructions, what has to be followed inside the lab, right? So we have some of the instructions. So first it says inside the lab, it's a VS Code, which has setup info file where we have to go and understand how do we authenticate ourselves to use Bedrock models. So we just have steps, extra information on how to do it so that you can do it while you have while you can build your own projects. And also we have another file called Chart Analyzer Assistant. This is a Python notebook. Here we have code and its explanation, and we'll be trying out the same code in the tryout block. And this is where we build our chart analyzer assistant application. So this is what we have to do. Let's get started. Let's see if lab has launched or not. So it will take some time for us to start the lab because all the required libraries and settings and configurations are getting installed in our hands-on environment, so that you don't have to install it explicitly. You can focus only on learning. Let's wait for lab to be started.
Tanushree, I would request that let's wait for a couple of more minutes before everybody gets the access.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if they've understood what they have to do in the lab, the instructions part which I've explained, they can give us a thumbs up. Thank you.
Sharad, let support team kind of take this up.
Again, Tanushree?
So I request everybody to wait, and give a time of 1 to 2 minutes, because the environment is getting ready. It will take another, 1 or 2 minutes. You can see, yeah, the labs are getting built and it is getting ready. Kindly give us 1 to 2 minutes of time.
My colleague has also put up a screenshot about how you can access the lab.
Yeah, so people who have requested the, lab environment 2 minutes back, you can start. For the 2 people who just requested now, you need to please wait for another 1 to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, CP. Tanushree, I request you to kind of take over.
Yeah. I hope everyone has access to the lab and got the go to lab button. It means that your lab is launched and you are ready to dive in and build our application. So let's go to the lab. So it's a VS Code environment, again, with all the libraries installed, with all the libraries configurations that are required to the project. Everything is made so that you can focus only on learning. Okay. As the instruction said, it has asked us to go to setup_info notebook and understand how do we authenticate ourselves to access Amazon Bedrock models, right? Okay. So first would be, here you don't have to do anything. It's just for extra information so that you can understand and implement it. So first would be, we have to install AWS CLI. So what we are going to do here is we are just providing our secret access key and access key. I hope everyone's in the VS Code. Just give us a thumbs up if they are in VS Code environment and in the exact file which I'm right in. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So what we are going to do here is, so I'm just going to explain how do we authenticate ourselves to use Bedrock models. So we need Amazon CLI for it. So we have to install that. And again, it is already been installed. I'm just giving an extra information here so that you can implement it. So in this Amazon CLI, we have to give access key and secret access key. This you get in Amazon AWS console. So once you have an account, you can create an IAM user. That is from where you can get this access key and secret access key. For the people who don't know what is this, it's just as a username and password to enter into any website. So here with access key and secret keys, we can, with access key and secret keys, we can access any AWS resources that are there, be it S3, be it creation of instance, and now it is Bedrock models. So that's the reason we use access key and secret access key. So once we get that, you have to select, you have to mention about the region where the resource is created. So that is US East 1. Since our particular account is in US East 1, we have configured it to US East 1. And the output form, how are we going to format the output and send it? It is a JSON. So again, it is all configured so that you can focus only on learning. So don't worry about it. So if you have any doubts or if you're clear, just give me a thumbs up on this part on why do we need a secret access key and access key. Okay, I'm going to repeat it again. So what we're going to do is to authenticate ourselves to use Bedrock models. Bedrock models are proprietary models. We need some credentials to authenticate ourselves to use Bedrock models, right? That's the reason to use any AWS service, we need to have access key and secret access key. So that to configure that, we need AWS CLI. So first we install AWS CLI and then we provide access key and secret access key and also the region where the Bedrock resource is created. In this case, the Bedrock resource is created in US East 1. So that's the reason we've given US East 1 as a region, and then output form is JSON. So this is the importance of access key and secret access key. So I hope everyone got the point. Just give us a thumbs up. Okay, thank you so much. So let's just see if you can find flowchart picture in the VS Code. These are the steps that we are going to perform while building the application. Let's just see the high level information on what we are going to do in our session. So the first one would be as for any application, we need to have a necessary libraries, right? So that is what we are going to do. We import necessary libraries, and these libraries are already installed in the environment. And then we have to access the model. For that, we have to create the Bedrock client. Since we are going to access Bedrock models, we'll create a Bedrock client. That is from where we programmatically access Bedrock models. And then in the step 3, we are going to define one custom function which take messages as an input. And then we'll define some of the model parameters, and then we'll invoke the model here. So don't worry, all of it will be explained in detail while we do it in stepwise. And then the step 4 will be, as we are going to image, we are going to convert it into some format, that is base64 format. So that is also will be explained while we do it. And then the fifth step is we will be preparing the input messages. So in LLMs, like if you have interacted with ChatGPT, you just provide the prompt, right? So this is not the case when you are using Bedrock API. So we have Bedrock API or any API to access LLM. So we need to format our messages in some way that is needed from the model. So that is what we are going to do. And then after all of it is done, we are going to ask questions to the model. And the seventh one is, this is an exercise for us. So we will do it together. For all the 6 steps we have explanations, we have code. But for seventh one, we don't have it. So we will code it together. So let's see who will post the output screenshot in the chat. Those people will be eligible for our vouchers. I think everyone got the context on what we are going to do in our exercise. Or if you want me to repeat again, I can repeat it. Just give us a thumbs up. Okay. And again, I'll just make sure to show the images as well. So this is the image that we are going to feed to the model. And we will be asking queries based on this. So let's go to our chat analyzer notebook. So we have around like 6 steps plus 1 exercise, which we will be doing it together. So these are some of the steps that are there. Steps, tryout block, steps, code, explanation, tryout block, and likewise we have it for all the steps. So let's get started with the first step. So as I said, it's importing libraries. So another thing I want to mention is there's a flowchart, right? If in case you miss the explanation for any steps, just let me know what steps that I have to get back to. I'll explain and we can continue. Please follow along with me. Okay. So let's just get started. Again, we don't have to configure anything. Everything is configured in our environment. The step 1 would be importing necessary libraries. And the 3 libraries that we are going to use in this application is base64, JSON, and Boto3. So meanwhile, the explanation is also given. So why do I use base64? Since we are sending the image to the model, we cannot just send the image, right? Because image is a binary data. So it needs us to send in a format that model can understand. And also for transmission purpose, we use text so that we convert image into some form of text that is base64 encoding format so that we don't miss out any information on the image and we will be sending it to the model. That is the reason we use this particular library. And the second one would be JSON. JSON is kind of a data format. So whatever the data format that we deal here is about JSON. So that's the reason we will be using this library. And Boto3. Boto3 is another library where we can programmatically access all the Amazon Web Service. So that's the reason that's the reason this particular library is imported. So I hope everyone got the context of these libraries. Just give us a thumbs up and then we'll code it along. Thank you. So let's just
Can you
collab.
please explain again?
Okay. So first one would be base64, right? So we will be, as I said, we will be sending the image to the model. We cannot just send this particular image directly. This image directly, because this is a raw binary data. So we have to convert into text. this particular image should be converted into text so that it is easy for transmission as well. So how do we convert into text? We use base64 format to encode it. So that's the reason we use base64 library to encode this particular image into certain type of format so that it can be easy for transmission, the text transmission, and also for model to understand. And JSON, it's a type of data, a data format. Sorry, it is a type of data format. If you because we will be having more data format, JSON related data formats here. So we will be dealing with a lot of it. So that's the reason we want a JSON library. And Boto 3, right? Bedrock is one of the Amazon service. So if we want to programmatically access Amazon service like Bedrock, so in this case, it's a Bedrock, Boto 3 library is required. So that's Boto 3 library. I think everyone got it. Is your doubt clear? Or shall we code along? Just give us a thumbs up. Yes. Thank you.
Tanushri, one
You can
question. Access key and secret key are configured. Are they pre-configured here, or do we need to configure?
Yeah. No, it's already pre-configured. You don't have to configure it. So you can just start with the application. It's already configured.
So Tanushri, if I'm a developer, so I'm writing the data in JSON, right? And that data is getting converted by base64. Is it like that?
No, the data will the image will be converted into the base64 format, because here in the ChatGPT and all you'll send text, right? So text is good for transmission, but this particular data, this particular image,
Anushri, just
it is
1 minute. Can you please repeat it, because I feel it has been lagging for a while for some of us.
Is it the case?
Actually, no, we are able to hear you. Yes, it lagged, but not like it's interrupted. We could hear you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
It seems some network issue from your end, Tanushri.
So basically, this base64 is converting the images into the transferable format.
Yes, right. Answer format is base64. We are encoding this image into base64 format. That's the reason we are using base64 libraries.
Okay. And Boto 3 is just to interact any AWS service. I require that Boto 3, right?
Yes. Okay, I hope your doubt is clear.
So let's. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the importance of all these libraries. So let's just code along. You can have this explanation so that you can refer the code easily.
Select the kernel, right? So you can go here.
Meanwhile, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, some of us are asked to select the kernel. You can just go here. Here, instead of say, Python, you can find a select kernel option here. So just click on it and you can select Python environment. And then you'll be asked you'll be given with 3 environments. You can select any one of it. So you can better to select the first one. If my voice is not clear, please let me know.
Now it's clear, Tanushri.
Yeah. Let's just code along.
Hi, Tanushri.
Yes.
Can you assist from start?
Okay, fine. From where the importing the libraries, should I have to explain it again?
Yeah, yeah, importing libraries. Yeah. We have not started lab yet, right?
Okay. Have you not started with the lab?
Yeah, due to error, I have not started. Just started now. This
All
is the
right.
first step, right? Any steps are gone.
Okay. Tanush, I just request you to quickly just take through and brush up on the steps done. Because of time constraint, we might not be able to do it too much in depth, but just do it quickly.
You mean the application steps that you're talking?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna repeat what we are going to do here. So we will be building multi-modal chat application so that we'll be analyzing the image and we'll be using Claude 3 IQ model. And you can find information more about it in our skill bundle. If you've missed the explanation, you can always go and refer the skill bundle. And then once you go through the third exercise, right? So build hands-on. So you can go and select that, and then there you'll find start lab button. You can start the lab, wait for a minute or so. You'll be then the lab will be launched, and then you can get into the environment. If you want to know more about how do we have to authenticate ourselves to access Bedrock models, then you can go along with this explanation.
And other team members are here in the chat. If you have any queries, they are here to answer.
We have coded, we'll run this cell. Yeah. So the next, okay, let's just collapse it because our steps are done for the first one. Second one.
Tanushree, how did you run the cell? You clicked on that arrow?
Yes, you can see this, right? Yeah, you just have to click on it. Once if you hover on it, it will say execute cell. So
Tanushree, for me, I can't select the kernel. It's still in detecting mode, I mean, from long time.
did you go here, select kernel? Here
Yes.
you find to your right, you'll find a select kernel. So once you select the kernel, you'll here you'll get Python environment, right? Python or Jupyter environment you'll get. Select Python environment. And then you'll be presented with 3 options. So go with first one.
Python 10, 3.10. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. So the second step, as we said, we use Boto 3 to programmatically access any kind of Amazon web services, right? So since Bedrock is also one of the services in AWS, we will be creating one object, Bedrock object. So we will create a client and we'll also mention what kind of service we are accessing. As of now, we are accessing Bedrock runtime. This is one of the service that we are going to programmatically access. And we have to mention region name. This is where our Bedrock resource is created. I hope everyone got the explanation. Just give me a thumbs up.
So the Bedrock runtime is the like the instance name, is it?
Yes, the service name. That is how it will be identifying it as.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just go along. Dot photo3.client. The service name is Bedrock Runtime. And the region name where this particular resource is created is US East 1. Let me know if you find any lag in my voice. US East 1. I hope everyone has coded it. So let's just run the cell. You can see this icon, right? So you can just click on it. Now that our Bedrock object will be created. I hope everyone's with me, and just give us a thumbs up if you have executed this cell. Okay. So the third step would be, you can refer the flow chart. It's a defining get completion function. This is our custom function where we take message input and then we will define some of the model parameters and then we will invoke the model. So we are just defining the function here and we are not calling it. We are just defining here. So let's see what are there in this particular get completion. So first one would be body. This is the JSON format. So this is where JSON library comes into picture. So here in this body, we have to pass anthropic version, and this is the anthropic version, and then what the maximum tokens. This is another key values that is required. And the tokens are 10,000. This means the utmost count that model can give, utmost number of tokens that model can have in this response. It cannot exceed the number of tokens that is given here. So in this way, you can also control the cost and the messages, whatever the input messages that we are going to send. And this message will also be having different format that will be explained in later steps. Just think it as an input, and that in that way we are assigning to our key, messages key. And this is the body that we are going to send. Along with the body, we send some other model parameters. So one would be model ID. So since, as Amit explained, there are many models, right, in Bedrock. There are many models like in Bedrock, since they will be identifying themselves in terms of model ID. And also we have accept. So there are many data format that are there, but as of now, we are accepting the response. Whatever the response that we will get from the model will be accepted in terms of JSON. This is one data format. And content type. This is something that whatever the data that we are going to send to the model, it is also of JSON type. So that is what we are defining here. And then we'll invoke the model with the object created, Bedrock object created with invoke model as a method. Using this method, we will pass all of these model properties that are needed: body, model ID, accept, content type, all of it will be passed here. And then whatever the response that we get from the model, as I said, it is a JSON format. So we will be loading that model. So that is the reason JSON library is used here. And we will write a text. We will derive certain this may contain several other information as well, but here we are concentrated on text part of it. So I will be showing the format of how it looks like and everything. Just think it as that we are concentrating more on the text part of the information that is sent by the model, and we will be returning the text. So and when user calls this method with messages as an input, it will be giving us response. So this is what we are going to do in this particular step. Is everyone clear? Just give us a thumbs up, or if you want us to explain.
So I wanted to ask about this max tokens. So is it
Okay.
like the output token or the input token, like max tokens that can
Output
be
tokens.
in? Okay, okay.
It is output tokens. It cannot exceed 10,000. It's the limit that you're giving.
Okay.
Can you brief
Okay.
about the accept parameter?
Okay. So whatever the data, so we'll send a request to the model, right? So it will send something in written. Whatever the request that we make, it will be sending in written. So what kind of format it should send as? So it should send as JSON format. That is what we are going to define here. So the data format that we are accepting from the model is JSON format. I hope it is clear.
Yeah. And content type means input or
It's the
output
opposite
only?
of it. It's opposite of
Okay.
it. Whatever the data that we are sending, it is of JSON format. That's all.
Tanushri, Basaya,
Yes.
like when you said maximum token, like what can be the maximum limit? Like, is there any maximum that we should not use, or it's very
It's
particular to
just
you?
it's just the limit that you give. See, all the tokens that are there, it will be costing us. So
Yeah.
to limit the number of tokens from the model, so we will just limit that in maximum token value. So you don't there's no maximum limit as such.
No, what in what case that we need to increase the tokens? Like, is there any particular case where need to increase the token? What kind of
Okay,
scenario?
if the explanation that you're giving, right, if the explanations that you're getting from the model, or the response that you're getting from the model may not be proper, or may not be proper in the number of tokens that you have defined, in that way you can increase the number of tokens so that it give us clear cut information on it
Is it
in a
number
detailed
of
manner.
characters?
See,
That
it's a
I
words.
guess Tanushree, the thing is like what he's asking is like about the length of the answers like he's expecting. I think
Yeah,
like it's
yeah,
based on the output what we are
yeah,
expecting.
it's
That
a
means like it's a
yeah, it's a
simple answer means like we can get it like within the 10,000 line of token. So suppose like if you are expecting like some kind of summarization, so it's beyond like more than 10,000 means like this is the token max tokens.
yes, that in
I
that case
think
it completely depends on your use case, right?
Yeah,
Based
yeah,
on the
it's,
use.
it's
Tanushree,
based on the use cases.
if I
Yes.
am I audible?
Yes, you
If
are.
I may add, actually for any LLM, the token limit is based on both input and output. So, for example, if I upload a file of 50 pages, if the token limit is say for only 20 pages, then it will only take in the 20 pages and try to give a output based on that. You may have observed this even with public chat GPT. So my point is that the tokens is calculated based on the combination of both input and output. So
Okay.
where you want summarization and the amount of input that we would like to attach or upload would be limited by the number of tokens, and that is where you would want a model which is supporting a higher number of tokens.
So that you're saying maximum tokens would be combination of input and output, in even if we are not uploading anything, uploading the document or anything.
Yes, if suppose in this case, for example, 10,000 is the maximum token. If you try to upload an image which is instead of revenue underscore chart, which is of lesser size, if you try to upload a larger image, then the model will struggle because it will only have taken a partial
Okay. Okay. From the document
10,000
that I had
tokens
referred,
in this
right?
case.
From the document that I had referred is right. So the
Yeah.
maximum tokens
So
was
because there was a
all.
discussion, I just wanted to clarify it. I mean, it is not just based on the output; it is based on both the input and the output. That
Okay,
will
sorry.
clarify many things.
Okay. From the document that I had referred, right? So it was clearly said that it should be like the maximum tokens would totally depend on output for this particular case. So that's the reason I was giving an explanation. Anyways, thanks for the input.
Thanks,
I hope
Tanushree.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let us code along if you are clear with the explanation. Let's just toggle the explanation part. If you want to have additional explanation, you can anyway read it in the explanation part. One second. Okay, let's just code along.
Tanushree, one question, basic question. I mean, what is token basically? One document or one word is one token or what?
Actually, with the calculation, 1,000 words would lead us to 750 tokens. So
750 token, okay.
Yeah. That means like 100 out of 75.
yes,
So
yes,
100
yes.
word means like it's a 75 token.
Yes.
Okay.
I think these tokens like comes under the prompt engineering. So I
Is
think like
is is the
yeah.
is the other way around? Actually, 1,000 tokens is 800
Okay.
or 750 words.
Might be like it's based on the models.
Model,
Which
yes,
model like
yes.
you are selecting, like it's going to be differ. Even like the pricing also going to be differ based on the models.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So let's just code along without any further ado. Okay. So we are defining the get function, get completion function here. And we are taking messages as an input.
Tanushree, is there any way to copy this code and just paste it and run it?
You cannot do
Yes,
this.
we can. No, we can.
Yes, you can do
But
that,
There
but
is
you
a
cannot run it.
there is a horizontal dots, right? Like you can click it and then there is an option called
Or if you
copy
double
code.
click on that, also you can definitely use
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it would be helpful for you if you follow along with me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
That
you
means
can do
like
that as well. Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, you
That
can
means
do
like
that as well.
you want us to write a code, right?
Yeah. If you
Okay.
write, you'll have clear-cut understanding
Yes,
of what you're
yes.
doing, right? Yes.
Mhm.
So we'll take that as an input, messages as an input, and we will define what and all the content should be there in the body. JSON.dumps. So we are just putting our information in terms of JSON here. JSON is again a format for people who don't know. Okay. So what would we need? We need Anthropic version, right? So you can copy Anthropic version here so that you don't do any mistakes while typing out. And we will limit maximum tokens here. And as I said, it would be 10,000. And the third one would be the messages. So we are putting the messages, whatever the input that we passed in the function, it should be defined here. And then there are some of the properties, as I said, model ID, right? So model ID would be this. You can copy and paste it from your. Okay. And what are we going to accept as like the data format that we are going to accept? It is application JSON. And what are we going to send? The data format. It is also a JSON. And we'll wrap everything here. So we will invoke the model with all of the parameters that we have defined. So Bedrock will use that object that we had created, bedrock.invoke model. So we'll pass body as body. So this is a key parameter. This should be same as what it is there. And this is the variable name that we have used. So body, and the model ID would be model ID. We'll pass our variable. Model ID, and the next one would be accept. Make sure you follow the order. Content type. Is it content?
So the content type is the output content type, correct?
No, sorry. The content
Okay.
type is something that we are sending to the model. Accept is what we are accepting from the model. That would be output. Anyway,
Oh,
both
okay.
are JSON.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we want string as output as a string, we can like change the accept one. We can keep
Sorry,
it as a string.
I didn't quite get your question. Sorry.
So if we want the output in a string format, then I can change the accept as like application slash string, or I can keep it as string, right?
Is a string a data format? I'm slight confused here. So is string a data format? We have data formats as
Okay.
JSON and XML and everything. Is string a data format? If it is so, you can do that. Please research on it, and then you can proceed ahead with it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Then we will accept it as so whatever the data that that comes, right, it will be in terms of JSON. So let's just load it. JSON dot loads, and it will be in body part. There is a body, and in that part our particular information would be there. Response dot get, in this particular key dot, we will be reading it. It will be in bytes format. So we'll just print it as well. We'll see what it actually is, what is the file structure and everything. So we'll just print it. This printing statements is not there in the explanation or the code that is given in the block. So follow along with me. I hope everyone is following along and understanding what I'm actually telling. Please give me a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Okay, and then we have to again we will have it in a text format. Like we again, in the JSON contains any additional information, so we have to concentrate on text key in the JSON part. So we will just extract that part in that JSON body. So we will print it and we will see what it is there. So response, what would be the next code? So text, yeah.
Response.text. I think they are taking
Yes.
the zeroth portion of that value.
Yes. Response body. And it will be in content. First index would be of content. In that content, the for text would be of text. I think I have written it correctly. So let's see, even for formatting, let's see how it is formatted. And this code is not there in the explanation or in the code block that is given. So this is the additional code just to make you understand how the format looks like. So all of these print statements will be printed when the function is called.
not when this particular cell is executed. So just keep in this mind. I think somebody, some of you are unmuted. Please mute yourself. Okay, thank you. Response body. So let's just print response body, JSON.dumps. We want it in a JSON format and we'll see what exactly we are trying to extract. So this code, I repeat, it is not there in the code block that is given. Body. And we'll give some indentation to understand what exactly it is, like the proper format of it. Okay, so we'll just return the text. Don't forget to return the text. It's the exact response. Okay, I hope everyone has got this part of function and its explanation. Please give me a thumbs up if you are able to do it. Okay, the next one would be, we will be encoding the image, right? So this is the image that we are going to send it as a model. As I said, it is a binary data. So it cannot be sent as it is. It has to be sent in terms of base 64 encoded format. This has to be encoded in base 64 format. And also it should be converted into string. That base 64 format, it should be converted into string, and then it is ready to send to the model. I hope everyone got this explanation, what we are doing in this step. Keep on giving me the thumbs up so that I have clear understanding of what you guys are doing. So first would be, we will open this particular image and we will have to copy the path, and then the image is read in terms of read binary form, like binary format. It's not read binary format, binary format, and it will be stored in image_file variable, and then it will be read, and that particular data, as I said, it should be encoded in base 64, and again that particular base 64 format should be converted. It will be in terms of bytes. So it will be in terms of bytes. This particular line, it will be in terms of bytes, but model will be expecting us to send the string. So we will be converting it into string in this way. So okay, I can see I'm asked to explain the last cell, previous cell. I'll just go and give an overview of it.
I think Tanushree just needs to rewrite the last code.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, you can go and refer the code blocks as well. The code blocks contain exactly what it is written in the execution cells. Okay. I think everyone has got this particular step. Give me a thumbs up. So let's code it. We'll open. So here, first we have to open a file. For that, we're going to copy the path. Sorry, you can go to copy path of this particular file, right? Go to revenue_chart and then copy the path, not relative path, copy the entire path and just paste it over here. Go to that particular image, revenue_chart.png, right click, and then you will find an option to copy the path. Then if we are mentioning, it should be read in binary form. So that's the word, that is what we are doing here. Okay. RB, and we are storing it as an image. We are reading it in image file. All of this data will be stored. And then binary
here like
data.
RB means it's a read bytes, right?
Read binary. Okay, read bytes.
Read binary. Oh,
okay.
Okay.
I think it is read binary. Let's see.
Got it. Yeah.
Yes, it is read binary.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, binary data. So we'll just read it. Read, and then we now in this particular step we will be encoding it in base64 format, right? So we're going to store it in this particular variable base underscore 64 underscore encoded data. So I'll just toggle the explanation so that I can easily refer to the code. Base 64 encode binary data. And then we have to make it in string format because that is what model is expecting us. String. Dot decode, and we're decoding it in terms of UTF-8 format. I hope everyone has got this cell. Let's execute this. Okay, we have naming error. Okay, encode it. Okay, I hope everyone has followed me till this step. Just give me a thumbs up. Let us know if you have any doubts or if you're stuck somewhere. You can always go and refer to the flowchart and let me know what step you are facing a problem. Okay. So the step 5 will be preparing the input format messages. You remember that we have passed messages as an argument in get completion function, right? So we have to format it in such a way that model is expecting us to. So let's just go and do it. So first would be messages are list. So we can send any number of messages, any number of content in the messages. That's the reason it has been given in terms of list. And remember, it should be in this form. And this messages has two. Okay. Someone has asked me to repeat step 4, right? Okay. So I'll briefly repeat it. Yeah, what we are doing is we are opening the file in read binary. We are reading the file in binary format and we are storing it in image file. And then we are converting we are not converting, we are encoding the image in base64 format, and that base64 format will be converted into string, will be decoded it in string, because that is what a model is expecting us to send. I hope you got the point. So coming to step 6, okay, step 5. So here there's a list of messages, right? So there's a list. So messages should be in the terms of list, whatever the input that we send, it will be going to the model in this way. So there are several keys that has to be mentioned in this dictionary. Role would be, it is again a JSON form. Role would be user. It indicates that you are sending the message. When you get an output from the model, it will be given as role. Even the messages that we get from the model or the response that we get from the model will be in the similar format as what we are sending. But except the role would be assistant. I think you got the point. And then the next key would be content. Here where we are sending the actual data. Here we are mentioning what type of data that we are sending. So imagine, remember I said it is a multi-model capability, a multi-model LLMs. That's the reason we are sending two types of data. So as I said, we will be querying the image, right? So we cannot just send an image without a query. So that's the reason we are sending image as well as the text. So that is why we have mentioned type image, and we have given some properties. We have defined some of the properties of image, that it is encoded in base64 format and it is in terms of PNG and actual data is sent. So this is how we have to send the image.
And the next one would be along with the image, with every API call we make, it will be sent along with the image, we will be sending the text as well. So type will be text. Always mention what kind of text, what kind of data that you're dealing with, and then the actual data. Text would be, we'll just query once. So like what is there, what is in this image, and answer in a single sentence. Let's see what will model answer. I hope everyone got this point. Just give me a thumbs up on this. Yeah, thank you. So let's code it. Messages, as I said, it is a list. And also the messages in terms of JSON. Okay. Then first, what do you have to mention? Role. Okay, the role. I'm going to refer the code. Role. And what is the role? So since you're sending the message, right, it should be of user. User and the actual content. So content will also be list, because you can send like n number of messages inside the content, but it is not an optimal solution. You can always use a loop for it. Content. So list. So again, we are going to say what type of content that we are sending, right? So it is type. It's an image. And we are going to give some additional information of our image, like what it is and how, in what format it is, and how it is encoded as. So all of this information will be given here. So what is the keyword for it? Okay, type. Type. It is base64. Okay, sorry, base64. I hope I'm audible. And the media type, like what kind of image that we are sending. We are sending PNG formatted image, right? So media type would be image, PNG. And the actual data. Remember, our data is stored in base64 underscore string variable. So that is what we are going to follow. Okay, this is one. Okay, I think here also, I think I made a mistake. Let's just cancel this. And content will also, inside the content will also have JSON. So this should be enclosed in braces. Sorry for the confusion. I hope you got what I've done. Give us a thumbs up. Thank you. Please follow along. Otherwise, if you have any doubt, let's get it cleared. And the next JSON would be text. So now we are sending the image. Image is ready. Next, we are sending the text. So let's define some of the data. Type would be text. And what is the exact text that we are sending? So let's just query, right? What is there in the image? Answer in a single sentence. We'll just go with what we have given in the explanation. Pratyusha, you can the code is given in the explanation part. You can refer that. Anyway, I'll show it once because I've added a few explanation. Okay, step 4, right? Okay. So it is given in the explanation part. You can always go and refer it if in case if you're not following along with me. Okay, what is there in the image? Answer in a single sentence. Remember, we had defined once custom function. So we'll just call that function now. We'll pass this input format messages. Let's run, and I think we should be able to say it. Okay, we got messages It should be messages here. I think I have given message here. So these kind of mistakes keep on happening. So just be careful with it. Let's run the code again. Anyway, if we face any kind of error, let's debug together. Okay, we got it. Nice. So this is what the text that we got from the model. This is the exact response that we got from the model, what our image consists of. But we have additional information with it as well, right? We have ID, we have type, we have role assistant. So we have assistant and we have several other extra informations that we get, but we don't want other extra information. Our actual response is included here. So we want to access that. So what we are going to do is what we have done is in this response body, we have accessed the content part. We have accessed the content part. You can refer that get completion function along with this explanation so that you'll be able to figure out what I'm telling. And we have written some extra print statements, right, to figure out this format only. Let's see what we are going to do. So response body, in that response body, we are going to access content part. In that content part, we are accessing, and in the first index, we have text. That is what the exact code it is. That we don't need any extra information that has been sent from the model. We need only the response. That is why we filtered all of it and we captured only the text. I think everyone got this explanation. Let's give me a thumbs up. I'm getting only few thumbs up. Okay, that's nice. I hope everyone has executed this cell. Let's go and ask multiple questions, right? So in this steps, it's the same thing, but you're asking multiple questions at once. That's all. And you can read the answer. I think we didn't go to the answers. So the image contains various key performance metrics of Carvana, a car vending machine company, including retail units sold, total revenue, total markets at year end, and the number of car vending machines. So this is what that is given from the model. It has analyzed the image and it has understood the image and it is giving us the answer, what the high level information of image is about. So next would be the same thing, except the questions will be on the list, will be in terms of list, and we will be passing, we will have a for loop, and we will iterate question by question in questions list, and then we'll be sending to the model. That's the exact thing that we are going to do. So let's write the code. I hope you got the explanation on what we are doing in our step 6. Expecting more thumbs up here. Should I have to explain it again what we are going to do in step 6 or yeah, good, thanks. So what we're going to do is we'll define a list here. We'll initialize empty list. And we are going to copy paste the questions here. You can copy paste it. Everyone's favorite work is copy pasting. So let's do it. Okay, we have entered all the questions inside the list. Let's run a loop to iterate over all the questions. Sorry, question in questions for index. Should we have to include a comma? Question. Message questions. So you can copy paste from above the messages format that you had written, right? In the previous cell. You can copy paste it. You can copy paste the entire thing. If you got hold of it, you can copy paste it. If you didn't get any hold of what it is and the data that is inside the list, please type it out so that you can have clear understanding on what you're doing. Okay, so instead of text here, what we are going to do is question. So every question, for every questions, this will be sending a mess. This input will be formatted like this, and it will be sent to the model. So instead of giving the text explicitly, all the questions will be stored in question. So every time, first question will be stored in this question. This question will be stored in question, and then the rest of it will be followed along like that. Make sure to put it inside the for loop, right? So there is some formatting is done to identify for what question we're getting a response. So we'll do the same formatting instead of following it right away. Can you again explain this step? Yeah, fine. So here, did you understand the previous step? Yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing that we're doing, but instead of that, we are iterating over these questions, and then we are sending the API call. I mean, we are formatting the message for each and every question, and we are sending the API call. First, in the first iteration, this question will be sent. In the second iteration, this question will be sent. Likewise, all the questions will be sent instead of explicitly writing the questions. Okay. So we are just giving the index. We're just formatting it. Question number 1. For every question, this will be the format. Then we're calling the get completion function. Right. Yes. Okay, let's run this. Yeah. Okay, it's kind of confusing because we've added different print statements to understand the format. Let's just remove that because it is giving us extra information. I just added to make you understand what we're doing. So let's just remove that. I hope everyone has gotten the context on what we're doing, and that's the reason why I'm removing that. Anyway, so let's run this cell. Okay. Okay. You can cross verify and go to the image and cross verify each and every question. Sometimes it may not be able to give the proper output, some wrong data it might give because of its understanding with the visuals and everything, but most of the time it would be correct. So you can go and always refer the revenue chart and make sure if it has answered properly. If not, if you think it has given the wrong output, just run the cell again, execute the cell again. I think we've completed all the 6 steps and it's time for the exercise. Just give me a thumbs up on that everyone are with me.
Tanushree, there is one error which is coming in the code. I think very few of people are able to execute it. So how can we resolve this?
Okay, can you share like what error that you're getting in the chat, or just let me know what error you're getting so that I can help you solve the error, debug the error.
Okay. So specifically the error is regarding the file location.
Okay.
The image file.
Okay, right click, copy path.
Okay.
You
So
have
that's
to
what
use, you have to go to this revenue underscore chart image.
correct. Yes.
Yeah. Copy
Yeah.
path and put that path there and
Exactly.
follow the
And
code. Yeah.
correct. So I tried that. Even I tried to actually mimic the code which is giving given in the about
Okay.
thing, but still it is giving error.
Okay. Can you please send us a screenshot over the chat?
Yeah, no problem.
Maybe some white spaces or anything. Let's see. Let's debug. So meanwhile, please complete all the steps. Let's do the exercise together and let's see who will send the screenshot and are eligible for the vouchers. Okay, please run base64. I think you have not executed all the code blocks. Please run from the beginning. Please try it.
Okay.
Please run from the beginning.
So over there, I'm getting error for the first tryout itself. So I have actually imported all three libraries, Boto3, JSON, and Base64.
Okay.
And still I'm getting error. No module name JSON.
No module name JSON.
Yes.
Okay, can you share us the code snippet
Yeah,
what
sorry,
you've written?
my mistake. My mistake. There was a spell mistake.
Yes.
I am able to run
Yeah.
now. Thank you.
Yeah. That's fine. Happy to answer.
I'm still getting that param validation error in step number 5.
What is the param validation error? Can you share us the screenshot?
Unknown parameter in input content type.
Maybe you have formatted it wrong. Can you recheck it again?
Okay.
There is a confusion, like there will be confusion on formatting because there are a lot of braces involved. So make sure you're formatted correctly. Okay. I hope you got it resolved. Please recheck it. Anyway, code explanation and the code block is given for the reference. Let's build interactive conversation with this language model. So this is the exercise that we are going to do together. Code along with me. Let's see who'll share the screenshot of the output. So what we are going to build here is what we're going to build here is whatever the executions that we have done in the previous cells, it's just giving the model, giving the questions to the model, and it is giving answer. It is not maintaining the context of what previous question is or anything. It is not maintaining conversation history. So in this exercise, we will be giving conversation history, and we'll make model to remember the interactions that we make with it. I hope you are clear on what we are going to do. So please give us a thumbs up. Yes, got it. Okay. So what we're going to do is, it's the same thing. It's not that difficult. So we will, instead of initializing empty messages, we will initialize list for conversation history. So for every conversation we make, we will append that response and the question and the response in the list. And then for every API call, we'll be sending that conversation history for model to refer what the interactions that we have made so far. So that is what we are going to do. So instead of sending single questions, we are sharing the conversation history for model to have extra information on the conversations that we have made so far in that particular session. I think you got the context on what we are doing. Please give me a thumbs up. Okay. Okay.
By access to the demo, do you mean the lab access? I think for 1 hour more after the session till 7 p.m. you'll have the access.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's start the session. Let's start the exercise. So we'll initialize conversation history list. So we'll run a loop, right? So as and when we want to ask a question, let it pop for us to ask more questions. And then if we don't want any questions, we'll just type exit in the input and the loop will be ended, and see, like, we'll make a conversation with the model. So we'll run a loop. And we'll ask user, instead of explicitly defining the answers or defining the answers in the variable, we'll just ask user to give the input. So that is what we are going to do. Okay, input. Enter the question. We'll also have type exit. So if we press exit, the loop should get ended. Type exit. To quit. And we will just remove any extra spaces if in the input. And we will convert everything to lowercase. Okay, we'll convert it in next step. If whatever the question that is passed, it will be converted into exit. If there is an exit in the question, we'll just break the loop. That is what we are going to do. Break. Okay. If there is a question, if question, we'll just append that particular question in our list. We cannot just append it like any other variable, because as I said, there is specific message format or input format that we have to follow. So that is how we are going to append it. Conversation history dot append, and we'll open a JSON. And again, it's that we are the one who are sending it. So we'll just mention that user. I hope everyone's with me. Let me know if I have to slow down or anything. Next would be content. So what is the content that we are sending? One is image, and then one is the text along with the image. The text is nothing but the question that we are sending. So it is also in terms of list, since we are sending more than one content. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Let's just clear that out. So the type would be image. And some extra properties of image. It would be base64 encoded format. And the media type, that is in what format our image is in. PNG, and the actual data that we are sending. So this also should be appended for model to refer to the context or the conversation that we have made so far. Okay. And the another type would be the text, right? So we'll open another brace. We'll define the text type, the text. This is nothing but the question that we are sending. And the text would be the question. So all of the inputs that is given by the user will be stored in question variable. So that is what we are defining it here. Okay. I think we formatted it. Let's print the response. And again, we'll get one response, right? So we'll store it in a variable. Because
the get completion should get conversation history, right? Not the messages this time.
oh yes, thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. So we'll just print the response. Okay. So we'll store and print the response. Print response. And again, we'll get the response from the model. That also should be stored in the conversation history, because every time we make a conversation, we'll send the input, we'll send the output that we get to the model and the next new question, so that model can maintain the context of what the interactions that we have made so far. And again, conversation history should also be, the output should also be stored in specific format, except the role would be assistant here, since the model response is getting stored. I hope everyone got this. Append. The role would be assistant here. I think you got why I'm saving this as assistant, because it's the output that we are appending into the conversation list. And the output has got, we've got the output from the model. That's the reason we are storing it as, we are assigning the role as assistant. And the content would be, the content that we get from the model is in terms of text. So we just have to mention that. And the text would be response. So once, if you click exit, once you come out of the while loop, let's just print a conversation ended. Okay, let's execute this cell. Okay, we have
I got the same error.
okay.
Quotes.
Let's see.
It should be single quote. Exit should be in the single quote.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Content. Okay. Here I
Colon is
missed the colon. Okay. Here every time we enclose one JSON data, it should be followed by comma. Okay. You'll be getting the input box in the upper side of the environment. So let's ask, what is the revenue in 2021? Let's just see. You should be able to print here. Okay. It's printing. So let's ask, like, what was my previous question? Okay, it's asking, okay, previous question. Yeah, it is able to understand and it's able to answer what my previous question was. Hello, think. And then, yeah, if you can ask more questions, I'll just paste the questions in the chat box and you can ask those questions and please send us the screenshot. So I'll just exit and conversation has been ended. So I'll be posting the questions in the screenshot in the chat box. Ask those questions and send the output. Let's see who will win the voucher. I hope everyone has got everyone followed me through the end of this exercise. Please give me a thumbs up.
Tanushri, can you just scroll a little bit up? Yeah, no. Just end of the code.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll be posting the questions now. I'll post it.
Tanushri, sorry, I couldn't follow the last few lines of a code. Can you please just pop it up?
Yeah. Just a second.
Yeah.
These are the questions to be asked. You can ask and make it conversational. Okay, let me share my screen.
Thank you.
Is it enough?
Yeah, so that part is over. I just wanted to see the last few lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Tanushri, I have posted the answers.
Yeah. Let me verify it.
Sure.
So our team will be verifying the outputs and we will be sending you the vouchers as well. We have noted down who have sent the outputs in the chat section.
I think many of the participants have put up the outputs. Thank you so much, Tanushri. I think today's session was quite insightful and your GenAI expertise has definitely, I'm sure, helped a lot of people in kind of gaining more hands-on experience. Thank you so much. I am quickly launching a poll. It would be great if everybody take up the poll. And the poll is live in the chat now.
Actually, my code is not working. I think it's around 1 minute and it's still listening.
Richa, can you be a little louder? We are unable to hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Actually, it's around 1 minute and my code is still spinning up.
I think I missed the question. Can you repeat it?
Actually, it's around 1 minute and my code is still it's spinning up. It's in, I think it's stuck somewhere in you. So,
Richa, is it okay if you put this in the chat? We are unable to hear you. Your voice is echoing.
oh,
I would just take 5 minutes more and request everyone to take up the poll. I would also like to mention that the lab access would be provided for 1 hour more. And if you're looking for, a couple of more hours of lab access, I would request you all to please route the request through your organization so our team can take it up. In fact, what I would also suggest that you can take up, I put up my email ID as well and also the website. I think some of you are not available. You can have a dedicated demo and a session for your team as well or your organization as well.
Okay.
And understand the project that you are currently going through and process the lab space.
Richa, you can see the output like input box in the upper side of the environment. That is where you have to provide the input.
Sorry, I have a question. First of all, Tanusha, thanks for your session, and it is more informative. And the second thing is, I would like to use this opportunity also to show the demo to the team of mine in within our organization. So as one of you has already mentioned, it is only for 1 hour, and it is already been late. What is the procedure in case if we wanted to extend it for a day at least, or a few days, something?
Yes, actually, Chaitra, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Chait. Yeah,
Hi.
Shivpriya, I'll take that answer. Chaitra, what you could do is probably drop us a mail about what exactly is it you require. How do you want to have it enabled? We can connect offline on that, Chaitra.
Sure.
Chaitra, I am dropping down my email ID and my website as well. You can just go through the website and pick up a demo, or you can just write down to me and I'll forward your request to the respective team members.
Yeah, sure then. Thank you.
And we'd be more than happy to assist. For everyone else as well, if you want to have more access, if you want to have access for more hours, just route it through your organization or write down to us. My email ID is already in the chat and we can take it from there.
Shivpriya, can you allow the .ipymd file to be downloaded now that we worked on?
Just 1 minute.
You can send us an email on that. We can send you the files over the mail. Right now it is disabled.
Shivpriya, is it?
That's Tanushri, my colleague. I think she answered the question. You can just write down to me and we can send you the file. Shivpriya, my email address is mentioned in the chat.
Yeah, got it. Yes.
And regarding the access to the late joiners, I think the access is still there, Rajesh. If you need the access for another 45 minutes or 1 hour, the support team can provide that. But the lab would be on only for the next 60 minutes. I request if there are other outputs, please just send the screenshots in the chat. I have another request of taking up a poll that I've shared, and please just note down the email address that I've shared in the chat. For further queries or if you want to have a separate dedicated session for your organization.
Tanushree, I think I didn't see the questions that you posted. Can you repost it again? My code
Sure.
has ran, but I could not able to test the questions.
Okay.
Right. I think Tanushree and Mansa, we've had good enough screenshots. Thank you so much for a wonderful session, Tanushree. I want to take this moment to thank you to the support team as well who've been assisting and to everybody else who has joined in today. Amit is not a part right now. I think he has already left. Yeah, and thank you, Giridhar, as well for enlightening us all with your expertise on Gen AI. I think there's nobody who talks better than you, is what something that I wanted to tell you yesterday, but I'm taking this as a platform to tell you this today. And at the end, thank you to AWS for enabling us for this workshop. Like I mentioned, we have two workshops coming up, one on the 7th of June and the other one on the 14th of June. We'd write back to you on this and you'd soon receive updates. Once the event is done, I would request everybody to take up the feedback form which will come to you on your email. And for any more further queries, my email address is already shared with you in the chat. Please just make a note of that and we're happy to assist.
Could you
Priya,
please
the invite on
send
the
that
next
schedule in the
workshop.
chat, please?
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Can you repeat?
Could you please post that schedule again in the chat window one time, please?
Yes, I would do that. I would do that. Put up the schedule in the chat itself.
Thanks.
And regarding the next workshop, this invite will be shared to all the participants today, right?
Absolutely. You would receive the workshop details and the schedule for the next workshop, for the next to next workshop as well, and everything. You'll
Yeah,
also
sure.
get the registration link and you'll also receive the participation certificate for the current one in the next 2 working days.
Sure. Thank you.
Also, I would request everybody to keep a check on Nuvepro's website and our LinkedIn. Even though you'll receive a personalized email about the next schedule, um, write down to us if you have, and we'd be happy to assist. My email address is already mentioned. And I just make a last request to take up the poll for everybody who has not taken up. I think the poll also helps us in kind of um, generating more thought leadership around why hands-on learning is more necessary for Gen AI and other such capabilities. All right, thank you so much, Tanushree, Girdhar. Any last thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think thanks to Tanushree for a superb session. I could not complete it today, but I will work with her to complete it next time. And we'd like to ask you all to be part of the upcoming sessions. And one of the points in the feedback form will be about what you would like to see post the next 2 sessions which we are scheduling. And please be open to asking us which kind of sessions you would see specifically on Gen AI. And we will be more than happy to make it happen for all of you. And thanks for logging in on a Friday evening. Great to see such a great participation. And look forward to again meeting you all, learning with you, and building hands-on for Gen AI in the near future. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.